we'll be having the session till 5 o'clock. All right. So let us get started. Just a minute. So yesterday we were talking about the data structure of blockchain. So before going there, I want to explain you one concept just to refresh everything that we discussed. So we took an example yesterday between money transactions between Ram and Revant, right? So if you see how it works, basically, you need to understand one flow. This flow is very important. This is basically a decentralized mechanism. So this is on how decentralization will be done. Okay. Uh, you use Paytm, right? Paytm or Google Pay or anything. So what is the mechanism, how it works? So you will be having a client application. Client application means what? The one that you download from the Play Store, the actual Paytm application. And once you click on pay, what will happen? It will go to there will be one call which will go to the servers of the Paytm, where the entire processing will be done, right? The complete processing will be done, and they will check whether you are having balance or not, whether you are a valid user or not, and they do all the validations, and they will send money to your friend. Let us say Ram is sending money to Revant, so Revant will get a notification on his phone that 5,000 received, correct? But in blockchain, this centralized systems won't exist at all. There won't be a centralized server. So this is basically a Paytm's centralized database or server, but that doesn't exist in case of decentralization. Okay. Now what will happen is, I'll show you an example also. Now in decentralization or in DApp, what is DApp? DApp stands for decentralized applications. See, currently every software that you are using, take Gmail, take Facebook, take Paytm, Google Pay, any application that you are using currently, they are centralized applications. Means they will have a centralized server, centralized database owned by a particular company. But in case of decentralization, there won't be a single company or a single person who will own a platform. No one owns nothing. No one owns anything, basically. Then, in this case, how the mechanism will work is, if you look at the yesterday's example, I told you that Ram invited some people to the party and he gave them empty books. Okay. Now, taking that analogy, what we are going to do is, let us say, take a same scenario. Now, Ram wants to send 5,000 rupees using an application installed on his phone. Now, if at all it is a decentralized application like Paytm, the name could be different. Let's say it is a decentralized application like Paytm. Whenever Ram clicks on pay, you know, whenever Ram clicks on pay, what will happen is it won't go to any centralized server because that doesn't exist. It will go to a network of servers, not servers exactly, you can say a network of, see, if you observe, a server is nothing but, you know, a central processing unit, right? What will you have in your servers? It is just a operating system and a processor, that's it. So you took all these friends, right? You gave them the books. So now take the analogy of books and your computers. Means he basically distributed computers to all the people who came to the party, and whenever he makes a transaction, he sends that information to each and every one in the network. Everyone will get that information. Even if he's getting money or giving money, everyone in the network will be getting the information. You can call them as miners. We'll discuss later what is mining and why they are called miners, or you can also call them as nodes, right? Miners or nodes. So now what will happen is, but here the thing is, though you have multiple people in the network, everyone will be having the same ledger. This is the green colored one. That is the ledger. And I also told you why the information should be the same, because if there is any discrepancy, if the data is incorrect at any point, then that is a problem. So they always try to maintain the same information all the time. And now if you talk about this green colored ledger, this green colored ledger is nothing but your blockchain, or it can also be called as a shared ledger or blockchain. Now this blockchain will consist of, multiple rows, or multiple blocks. If you invert it horizontally, it will look like a set of blocks, right? And each and every block is a group of transactions. Okay, don't get confused that every block is one transaction. No, it can consist of one or more transactions. Some blocks may have zero transactions also. That is a different case. Okay, so every block is a combination of, so now I am showing you the block components. Your block may consist of hash, or first of all it will have data, it will have hash, it will have something called nonce, and also yesterday we wrote the data structure. Remember, we wrote one data structure which will consist of all these values, and every block will be having the same structure, only the values will be different. Okay, so let me show you that code, and we'll continue writing the code. So we considered this entire block as an array called chain, and we also wrote chain is an empty array in the code, right? So let us go to the programming part. Open notepad or the code editor that we were writing yesterday. Okay, so this was the program that we were trying to write yesterday. So if you see, okay, just make sure everyone writes this code. I think I already explained this code yesterday. I'm not going to repeat that again. So I just created a constructor, a parent constructor function, and I also created a child function, or a function which inherited the properties of this particular constructor called blockchain. What is inheriting the properties? This dot chain and this dot transaction are two variables inside the function, and if you see, I am using this dot chain here directly. You may ask me, sir, didn't you get this dot, that this dot chain is a local variable? How can you use that here without even initializing it or declaring it? Because create new block function is a child function of it, and what do children do? They inherit property from their elders. Similarly, they are inheriting these two properties from the parent function. So here the thing is, line number 7 to line number 14. Okay, so in these lines what you are trying to do is, you are basically trying to create an object called block info. It is an object. Okay, so this particular object, this object will be created whenever you call this function. So whenever you call this function create new block, what will happen? This object will be made. And one more thing here is, this function will have some function arguments. What are function arguments? A function, see, I hope you guys know what are function arguments. So here in this case, first of all, let us try to give values to it. I have index, I have timestamp, transactions hash, and previous block hash. Now we need to give the index here. And one more thing that I want to mention here is, look here carefully. This is one very important concept on why it is called a chain. That is important, right? Why exactly you call it as a chain? So whenever you are making blocks, let's say this is block number 1, block number 2, block number 3. Okay, take 3 blocks. So all these blocks will be having index, timestamp, hash, nonce, previous block hash, and data. P stands for previous block hash. Likewise, index, timestamp, hash, nonce, previous block hash, and data. Data is nothing but transactions. If you observe something, and if let's say this is a chain, okay, this is block 1, block 2, block 3. One very important thing here in blockchain is that each and every block is interlinked with each other. So how do you link it? Is if you take this previous block hash, you may ask me, sir, for block number 1, what is the previous block hash? Because if you observe, there is no block which is before block number 1. Okay, it starts from block number 1, so there would be nothing before that. So for the first block in, this is important, for the first block in blockchain, the previous hash is assumed. I mean, you can take any value, any arbitrary value. Okay. And this previous block hash, and there is one hash here, right? There is one value called hash. This will be stored in the block number 2. And likewise, you will be having index, timestamp, hash, nonce, previous block hash, and data. What will be the previous block hash of block number 3? That is nothing but the hash of block number 2. So this is how you interconnect each and every block. Okay, for now just remember that. Remember this concept. There is this linking, making blocks interdependent on each other, is very important for security. Okay, we will discuss when we talk about security. Okay, So this is how the blocks will be interconnected with each other, and each and every block will be having all these parameters. Actually, I am taking some limited parameters. Okay, let me show you one real-time blockchain, which is live. Even you can open this website on your Google Chrome. Just search for blockchain.com. Guys, just give me a minute. Okay, open this website called blockchain.com. Here you can see a real-time blockchain. Uh, have you heard about cryptocurrency? You would have heard about cryptocurrency before. So the money exchange that happens in a decentralized manner is a cryptocurrency. Okay, there won't be, so it is totally digital currency, just like your Paytm wallet. You can also create something like Paytm using decentralized applications also. You can do that, and they are already existing in the market also. It is not which is still in the invention phase or something. It is still existing. One example is Bitcoin. A lot of countries are accepting Bitcoin. In India, cryptocurrency trading is banned. Actually, I think they banned in the 2 months ago. They banned it again. I think in March or April, there used to be a ban. They removed it, but again they impose the ban on cryptocurrency trading. So, but still you can buy Bitcoin. You can actually buy it, but not using any banks of India, banks which are related to India. You may buy it using some foreign currency or any of your foreign account. So you may ask me, what is the benefit of buying Bitcoin or Ethereum or any other cryptocurrencies? See, cryptocurrency is like gold. Your gold value changes over time, right? Day to day, the gold value will be different. So sometimes it just increases, sometimes it just decreases, and all that. So you may ask me, based on what the price will change. We will discuss it at the end of the course, because by then you will be understanding the details of the blockchain, so it will be easy for you to understand why the price of Bitcoin changes. Okay, and even if you see the graph here, open that website, you can see the graph. So this is the current value of Bitcoin. It is $11,261 currently, and this was the trend. If you see the trend from the last 1 year, see, even I think when Bitcoin started, the initial Bitcoin rate, see, growth of Bitcoin, yeah, you can actually go to this site and find out the initial price of Bitcoin is very less. Now it is so those who bought before 10 years, or before 5 years, they got benefited a lot. So this is the trend with which Bitcoin is basically increasing. It means there is a demand for cryptocurrency, and a lot of applications are getting built on cryptocurrency. That is what it represents. Okay, so I'm sending you this article. If at all you're interested, you can learn about this. So currently, we are not worried about cryptocurrencies trading and all that, but we will come to something called Explorer. Okay, there is something called Explorer. I'll send you a direct link. See, so in the Explorer thing, you can actually see blocks and all that. So let us see. Just open that. I sent you the link also. Have a look at it. There is something called latest blocks, latest transactions. So if you open view all blocks, this is the ledger I am talking about. I told you, right? Your transactions will be stored as a ledger. So this is a Bitcoin ledger, Bitcoin cryptocurrencies ledger. And if you see the index that I am talking about is the name is just different. Here they are using the name called height. We are using the name as index. There is something called hash. Mind means before how many minutes ago or how much duration ago this got mined. And then you have the miner. As I told you, a miner is a person who will store the transactions or who will basically approve the transactions. We'll come to that, how that mechanism works, we'll discuss. And this is the size of each and every block. As I told you, you can store a single transaction or multiple transactions in a particular block. Okay, so this is how shared ledger will look like. I'm sending you this link directly. You can have a look. Okay, so just have a look at that site. You will. So this is basically how the Bitcoin transactions and everything works. So the only thing that you need to remember is a blockchain is nothing but a shared ledger. Okay. So now let us come back to the program and build the program. So this particular function that we are writing will take some values. Okay. Now what will this function do is it will create a block. Means what? It will create something like a row in this particular ledger that you are seeing on this website. Even the mechanism that we are building is something similar to the mechanism that is used in this website. Okay, so to create one block, how do you do that is by using this kind of function. Okay, that is what we are trying to do. So now what is index? Index is nothing but the number of the block, right? So can anyone tell me what if I write something like this? This dot chain dot length plus one. If at all I am writing like this, what will be the index of block number one? First of all, what does this do? This dot chain dot length. It will find the length of the array. So if at all I call create new block for the first time, the length of this chain is what? In line number 2, what is the length of the chain? It is 0. There is nothing. It is empty. So when you try to add the first block, already the length is 0. So it will become 0 plus 1 for the first time when you call this function. 0 plus 1 is 1. So the index will be 1. Okay. So this is a formula that we are using to create the index of the block. Timestamp, you can actually write date dot now. Date dot now is an inbuilt function in JavaScript which will generate the time value automatically. Okay. So now what is transactions? So transactions is not something that you create in this function, but you will be getting transactions as a function argument. I can use the same name, not a problem. Even if you want to use trans, that is also fine. Trans is nothing but a, a list of transactions that you want to, as I told you, every block may have one or more transactions. So all those transactions will come from a different function. I will tell you where that function is. We are going to do that. We're going to create that function also. So here it is this and okay. Okay, sorry. Actually, you can do it in a different way also, not by passing it as a function argument. But if you observe something, I created this in line number 3. I created one variable. I'm just changing the name of that variable. I'll give you the code, don't worry. So I'm using something called pending transactions. Okay. So I'm going to do that. Okay. So what I'm doing is for all the transactions, I'll be using some variable called pending transactions. There is a reason why I'm using the name pending transactions. Okay. We will discuss about this later in the when we make the pending transactions, we will discuss about that. Don't worry. And hash is something which I need to get as a function argument, and there is something called nonce also. Actually, I forgot to create this value called nonce. See, I'm just doing a very simple thing. I'm just creating a function, and in that function, I'm creating one object, and I'm pushing that object. Means I'm adding that object to an array called this dot chain. So that will form my entire data structure of the blockchain. So nonce is one, and previous block hash also I will get as a function argument. Okay. So these are the two functions that I created. Now I will show you how to run a JavaScript program using Node.js. Okay. I'm sending this code on the chat. Who missed to write the code, you can you make use of it. Okay. uh, write the code. And if you remember, I asked you to save this code in a folder called blockchain that we created yesterday, right? So, blockchain application is a folder that I created, and store this, save this file in that folder. Okay. Now, what we okay, it is already existing, so it's fine. So, what we need to do now is how to run a JavaScript program using Node.js. Okay, go to the folder. Once open this folder, we need to open the command prompt in this folder. Okay, so here on the top, just click on this navigation bar on the top. Just select this, come to the folder blockchain application and select this. So once you select it, write this, delete everything here. Okay, write CMD for command prompt and open command prompt here. Write CMD and hit on enter. Once you hit on enter, it will open the command prompt in inside blockchain application. If you remember, in the start we checked whether node is working or not by writing node space underscore v. So check that here as well. It will definitely work, just for confirmation. So if you see, if I run node space hyphen v, I can see the version of node that is 12.19.0. That is the version that I am using here. So here what I'm going to do is I need to run the file, the JS file that I created, which is nothing but the blockchain.js. So what I'm going to do here is I will write node space blockchain.js. Okay. Just run it once. It may throw any error, that is fine. So just this is how you run it, and whatever the errors that you get, you will be seeing that here itself. In the previous lecture, in the previous workshop, we were working on Python, right, using Anaconda. There, the complete integrated development environment is available. So you ran it, but for JavaScript, you can use VS Code as integrated development environment. But even it is simple to use these commands and run it. It is easy. It is way easier than running Python and all that. Okay, so this is how you run it by using the command node space file name. That's it. Okay, that is the syntax to run a program. So create new block I did. Now what I need to do is I need to verify a few things, and it is throwing some errors saying like a previous block. These are, I didn't give values to these three values, so these are, I cannot leave it like this. These are empty, so I'm filling the values for previous block hash and nonce. Okay, these are the modifications you need to do. Just do these modifications. Now, what we are going to do is we will test whether the data structure is properly formed or not. To do that, I'm going to create one more JavaScript file and I will test this particular code in that file. So now I'm going to show you how to actually operate one JavaScript file using another JavaScript file. Okay, I'll show you that. So go to file in Notepad++, click on new, click on new. So here in this new file, what we need to do is listen carefully. This is important. I need to import this complete functionality. Even in Python, this is called creating modules, right? So whenever you want to import a library, what do? You write the command. Even in C programming, we write hash include stdio.h to import an inbuilt library. In library is nothing but a program only, right? It is a simple program in C. Likewise, in Python also, you can create your user defined program and you can import it somewhere. In Node.js, how do you import that is right where blockchain. So to a variable, I'm assigning. I'm using one function called require. Require is a module in Node.js which will help you to import one JavaScript file into another JavaScript file. Okay. Require is a JavaScript module or a Node.js module in specific, which will help you to import one file into another. Okay. So it is just like your hash include, right? And which file do I want to import? What is the file name? Dot slash represents that file is in the same folder. Dot slash blockchain. So once I import it, once I import this particular thing, write the code in the new file and save this file as a separate file. Click on save as. In the same folder, blockchain application, save this file as, the name of this file is test.js. Test.js is the file name. I'm sending the file name also. Anyone having any doubts, you can ask me at any point of time. Don't hesitate. You can ping on chat. Name it as test.js and save it. Now it will be saved. The color will change, right? It will take the structure of a JavaScript program. Okay. So in this file, I am saying that I am going to import a file called blockchain with the name blockchain, and not only just this, I need to import this constructor. This is a constructor of blockchain. So basically, this function is the root for everything. This is the root because you created a class called blockchain, and you need to import this class to test whether this class is working properly or not. So for that particular requirement, what I will do is, just a sec. We are going to write something like this, where Bitcoin. I'll tell you why exactly I'm writing Bitcoin, or Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency is an application of blockchain. Blockchain is the way you store the information. Okay. Blockchain is a shared ledger, and you can use that ledger anywhere. You can use it for currency, or you can use it for cryptocurrency. You can use it for storing land records. Land records means the documents of your houses and all that. That is one of the major application in Andhra Pradesh. The government actually they actually implemented one technology using blockchain. What they did was they stored all the land records over a blockchain network. But it is a failed project. But actually, they didn't do it properly. Everywhere there is corruption, so they didn't do it properly. If at all blockchain comes into full swing, there won't be any possibility of corruption. That is the power of blockchain. Once we build all this, I'll tell you how exactly you can do that. So here what I'm doing is, this is a this is the structure of shared ledger that we are writing. Okay. So you may ask me, sir, why exactly are we writing this code? The reason why we are writing this code is because we basically want to make the ledger. To make the ledger, you need to create the chain. This chain is nothing but the ledger. This create new block will take care of creating components in the ledger. Okay, that is the overall idea that you need to have. So where blockchain, where Bitcoin is equal to new, or you can basically write it this way: blockchain, new blockchain. This is called instantiation. Means what is, I have one blockchain created in a file called, in a file name, and the name of the file is blockchain. You can name it anyway. If you don't want to name it as blockchain, name it as shared ledger.js. That is also fine. Okay. So now what I did was, I just created a simple uh, variable called Bitcoin. So what I'm doing is, this is called extending the functionality of blockchain. Extending means what? I already am creating the core functionality here, and I'm going to use the core functionality as a cryptocurrency. I can use it for any purpose. If not Bitcoin, I may use it for land records also. It's your wish. Okay, let's do it for land records. To store the land records, each and every transaction, can anyone tell me what will be a transaction in case of a land record? Means, let's say you have your documents for your field or your house. What will be a transaction on it? Whenever you sell this house to someone, that is one transaction. Means the ownership is changing. Correct? Let us say you're paying tax on that particular land. That is a transaction. Let us say you are changing the name of the owner to your parent's name, or your son's name, or your daughter's name. That is one transaction. Every element in this world, everything where multiple entities are involved, multiple people are involved, everything will be associated with a transaction. Okay, so I'm going to create one application of land records. If you want to create it for Bitcoin, you can do that, not a problem. So now what I'm going to do is whenever I import blockchain to here, what will happen is I can actually I can actually create and call these land records by using create new block. I can actually call this function create new block from a different file. That is the beauty of it. So if at all, first of all, let us print console.log is a statement that is used to, it is like a printf statement, logging statement in JavaScript. So console.log of land records. So console.log land records. Let us see what will this do. I will send you this code. Put it in a separate file called test.js. So if you see, go back to the console, the command prompt that we opened. I'm showing you how to open the command prompt again. Go to the blockchain application, select the home page, delete everything, write CMD. CMD means command prompt. Hit enter. Just opening a directory on the command prompt. That's it. That is the easiest way. There are various different ways to do that. I got used to this way. That's it. And here I need to run. Okay, before running, actually, I want to tell you something. Here, what you need to run, where are you printing the value? You're printing this in test.js. So you don't need to run blockchain.js. You need to run test.js because blockchain.js is already inside test.js. Okay, it is already there. So what I am going to do here is going to the command prompt, node space test.js, and it will throw this error. I want everyone to get this error. Let me know if everyone is. I'm giving you 5 minutes. I'm giving you this code also inside test.js. I'll tell you why exactly we are getting that error. There is a small modification that we need to do. I sent you the code for test.js. Get the code, put it in the other JavaScript file that we are making. You have now two files, blockchain.js and test.js, and we are running test.js in the command prompt. Okay, everything is on the screen now. If anyone is getting a different error, or see, everyone should get this error. There is a reason why we are getting this error. This is important. We need to discuss about this. If at all you're not getting this, then see. Okay. So, okay, I think no one is getting any error. I think we are good to proceed. I'll tell you why exactly we are seeing this error. Blockchain is not a constructor. Where is blockchain? In which line is it throwing the error? It is throwing in line number 2. It is important for you to find out and analyze the errors. That is very important as a developer. So it is throwing it in line number 2. Okay, where is line number 2? Here is line number 2. What is it saying? That it is not able to recognize that blockchain is a constructor. The reason for that is you are importing here, it is fine. You are importing the blockchain file here, but you are not exporting from here. To export a particular file in JavaScript, especially when you are using require, you need to write module.exports is equal to which constructor you want to export. And if you observe, I am writing blockchain with B as capital because I want to export only. See, I highlighted where exactly blockchain with B capital is there. So this is the class name. It means what? I want to export only one class, that is blockchain with B capital. If I export it from here, then it will give me a permission that, okay, fine. He's giving me a permission to import it. So it will import. So just do this modification, add this line in the last. Okay. Now, once you write this line, okay, I am sending you the revised code. The code will be on the chat. The code that I am sending now is the code of blockchain.js. There are two files that we made here. Okay. And now if I run the same file node space test.js, okay, it is still showing that blockchain is not a constructor. Okay, I didn't save it. Just make sure you save it. Save the files. I forgot to save. Okay, let us run it again. So if I run it, this should be the output that you need to get. See, you're getting an output saying that inside blockchain, in the curly braces, you have two variables. One is chain and the other one is pending transactions. Means what? Your blockchain is a combination of chain, that is a collection of multiple blocks, and also the transactions. If you observe something in the previous website that I have shown you, this is the website. If you go back, you have two things here. On the left, you have latest blocks. On the right, you have latest transactions. Okay. You keep these two separate initially, and using some process, you make these transactions, you convert these transactions into blocks. Okay. So initially, these two are separate, chain and pending transactions. So how it looks like is, look at the life cycle that I am going to show you. This is important. Okay, first execute the program. We'll come back to this. First execute the program, and this should be the output that you need to get. Okay. Right. Any error? How to get the output? Okay. Kamlesh, will you be able to share your screen? I will show you. If you are able to share your screen, say yes. Or I will repeat the procedure. Okay. I'm showing you the steps again. See. In the code, you first need to see, I'm repeating the whole procedure of the program. You need to create a folder on your desktop. There is one folder which is blockchain application folder. I asked you to create this. And if you see inside this folder, you need to have two files, two JavaScript files. You can see them like this: blockchain and test. Okay, I already sent you the code for two different files. If you miss the code, I'm sending you the code again. The one that I sent now, which starts with function blockchain, that is blockchain.js code, and there is one other which is separated by a line, that is test.js. First write this code. ఇంకోసారి పెట్టు ఇంకోసారి So I sent you the code. Just make sure you put this code in blockchain.js and test.js. Okay. So once the code modification is done, you need to open the folder, blockchain application folder. Once you open the folder, you will see something like this, and click on the home, this URL, or you can say the file address. Okay. So next, once you open that, after selecting it, write cmd, and hit enter, and then you will see a new command prompt. Just open that command prompt in the directory. You will see this root, and you are now running the command here. You need to run node space test.js. That is the command you need to run. Okay, write it and hit on enter. Once you write this command, just hit enter. Then you will see this constructor. Means what? What does this mean is, what are you printing? It is printing here. What are you printing? Which variable are you printing? You're printing land records. Means what? Now land records is a blockchain with an empty ledger and There are no transactions created. It is now empty. Okay. So in the next part, we will fill this empty array. As I told you, we created one empty array first, and then we'll fill it up with the blocks, fill it up with the information. We'll take a break for 5 minutes. We'll come back and we will fill the information here. Okay. I'll show you the functionality. Use this break time to rectify the code. Okay. I'll see you after 5 minutes. 11:16. Okay, I think everyone is getting the output now. Now my empty room is created, so you need to visualize it this way. Let me draw it for you. So what I did was, till now, I'm just summarizing everything again. I created a blockchain structure, a blockchain data structure. Okay. In this blockchain data structure, this is a constructor. Programmatically, it is a constructor. Okay. Normally, it is a blockchain. See, if you take any technology, take any advanced technology, be it IoT, blockchain, anything, everything will be realized programmatically only, right? So you need to tell your computer that how exactly it needs to work. So then the programming concepts come into picture. So this constructor is now consisting of two big arrays. One is chain, this dot chain, and this dot pending transactions. So why exactly we write this? You guys study about it. Why this is used in JavaScript? Okay, I cannot go to the basics of programming, so I'm just skipping that explanation. It will take another 6 hours just to talk about this only. So I created these two empty arrays now. Okay. Now what I need to do is I need to prepare a block and I need to add this block into this one. So how will that preparation happens? And what is the activity or with which procedure I'm going to do that is I wrote a function. What is a function? A function is nothing but a set of tasks. What is a task here? Task is nothing but create an object, add it here. That's it. And this block programmatically, this is a object. It is a JavaScript object. Okay. Now, actually, I already wrote that functionality. If you see, I'm already that is already written here. Task number one, create it. Task number two, add it. So dot push will add object to array to this array called chain. Now what we will do is we will test whether, see, the reason for creating test.js is just to test it whether my code is working properly or not. This is also called test driven development, TDD. Test driven development is the latest and most efficient way of developing a program or a software. Just research about test driven development. There is a lot of info about it. Test driven development. Okay. So it is, you can actually go with this and read about it. What is test driven development? How do you do all this? Okay. Very interesting concept. And whenever you go to a software company, most of the companies are now using the same process of test driven development. Means normally we think that okay, developer develops the code and tester tests the code, but nowadays a developer is doing everything. Okay, a developer needs to do everything. That will reduce the, even that will reduce the software cost also. If I want to recruit two people, one for developer and one for tester, I may need to pay them 130,000 and 30,000. Instead of that, what they are doing is they are increasing the salary of the developer and ask him to do everything on his own, and they put the salary as 50,000. That is why there is a lot of demand for the developers now than the testers. Okay, we need to have that. So that is the current scenario of the market. So a lot of companies are doing that now. Okay, so coming to this, now what I want to do is I need to call a function. This is a function, right? This is a simple function. I need to call this function from a different file. How do you do that? Okay, I'm removing this line, and now I want to call a function which is in blockchain.js. So to call blockchain.js from here, I need to refer to this variable, because I basically linked the constructor called blockchain to land records. So land records is nothing but blockchain itself, the constructor itself. So to call a function inside a constructor, I would write land records dot create new block. If I call this function, you know what happens? This will initiate these tasks. Okay. So what I will do is I will call this function, and this function is accepting how many values. You need to send function arguments also, right? These are the function arguments. So if I need to send these values, so initially, just for testing purpose, I will consider the hash value. Hash value is basically alphanumeric. So I'm taking the hash value, and there is a first value. Second value is nonce. Nonce is an integer. I will tell you. Actually, we will create this nonce and all dynamically. For now only, I'm just assuming these values. Okay, just for testing purpose. And previous block hash is also a hash. It is also alphanumeric. I call this function, and then I will print how will this land records look like once I inject these values. Okay. So write this code. You can assume any values that you want, but just make sure. See, I'm putting this in a quotations, means this is a string value. This is a integer value. This is a string value again. Okay. Write the code and execute once again. I want you guys to do it on your own now. Now execute the test.js once again. Do that now. Okay, are you getting the output? So, okay, I'm showing you the output here. Observe the output carefully. Okay, I saved the code. Just make sure you save the code. Go to the console. Run the same command. You don't need to change the command. Run node space test.js only. See now, see here. This is the data structure that got created. And in this data structure, observe this carefully, line by line. The object is starting here, the blockchain constructor object. And in the chain array, you have one object here. See again, index, timestamp, transactions, hash, and all this. These are the, you must be wondering why timestamp is like this. So that is a default, the programmatic generation of a timestamp. You can convert it into a string, which will display like a normal date and time on your computer. So transactions are empty because I didn't create any transactions here. And the hash value, previous block hash value and nonce value are the same that I gave, right? I want everyone to get this output. Just let me know if you are not able to. I'm sending the revised code of test.js. I didn't modify blockchain.js. I just modified test.js. Send the code on the chat. Just have a look at it. Okay. Okay. So now just respond as if you're getting the output, because I'm not sure whether you guys are actually executing the code or not. Just once you get the output, just let me know. So this is the structure of the block. Now we have multiple questions here. Number one, how to generate transactions. That is number one. This is empty, na? So how to generate transactions here. And after this, how exactly hash is made. What exactly is hash and why that is important? Actually, hash is everything. Okay, that offers security. We will be doing encryption and all that. So how exactly hash is created, and how previous block hash will be coming to this particular block. These are the questions that we have. So first, let us solve the first question, that is how pending transactions are made. So I will show you the functionality. All right. Now what I'm going to make is do this small exercise. I'll tell you what you need to do. Create a function like create new block, but here previously to fill this dot chain we created block. Now to fill pending transactions you need to create a transaction. How to collect information of a transaction. See, if you take your Paytm, let's say, when you send money, what all parameters do we need to send from our mobile? It is your username. It is your you will be having a unique ID of Paytm, user customer ID. Okay, you can't see that, but in the background there will be a customer ID, time at which the transaction is created, amount that you want to send, at receiver's amount also, receiver's address also. You enter the mobile number or UPI ID, right? So that amount. Okay, let me make this as a cryptocurrency application only. So you just need to take those parameters, make an object, and push that to the pending transactions. Okay, that is the procedure we need to do. So I'm copying the same code of create new block. See, I'm just copying it. I'm just going to modify this same code only. Create new block, here create new transaction, and the transaction won't be having hash nonce and previous block hash, so I'm removing it. I removed it. Okay, and now instead of block info, you can actually name it as transaction info. And your transaction info is not block info, so I'm removing this data, and I need to push transaction info to pending transactions array. So instead of chain, I'm using pending transactions. As simple as that. Now observe the changes. Okay, look at my code. and look at the code of create new block and compare what all I changed. I just removed the specific information and I'm using a generic way of writing a child function. That's it. Okay, write this code. See, this workshop is mostly focused on understanding the core concepts of blockchain, and also I wanted to give you knowledge on JavaScript. Uh, those who are freshers who want to build their resume, uh, if you learn Node.js and add it in your resume or JavaScript, then it will you can also tell them that you used JavaScript to create a blockchain network also. It will add a lot to your resume or CV. For the researchers or the faculty, I think few of the faculty are also here. So for you, if at all you're working in any blockchain project, right? If your research paper is on blockchain, the best programming language to use is Node.js, and there is one other programming language also. I'll show you something which is called Solidity. This is more specific to blockchain. You can learn this language also. It is very similar to your see. Solidity was influenced by C++, Python, JavaScript, and is designed to target the Ethereum virtual machine. So Ethereum is a kind of a decentralized application. Okay, Ethereum is a platform with which you can create applications or software on which can work on decentralized network. So for once you do the research and once you draw conclusions, you can actually implement whatever you are building by using Solidity also. You can use any Solidity or JavaScript, anything is fine. Go to cheat sheet. There is something called cheat sheet here. Here you can see every function, why these functions are used. I'm sending you one link. Those who are interested to learn Solidity, you can make use of this cheat sheet. Okay. So transaction info. Let me do one thing. I'm changing this land records to Bitcoin only because more than land records, Bitcoin cryptocurrency will be easy to understand because we do payments each and every day. So even it will be easy for you to understand. So normally in financial transactions, what will be the transaction information? So transaction information will be like sender name, recipient name or receiver name, and amount. I'm taking only three parameters. Okay. I just took few parameters here. So where will I get sender name? It is from the function argument. So in the function argument, I'm writing sender, recipient, and amount. Okay. So I'm assigning the sender here, recipient here, and amount here. Okay. Write this code. And now I'm giving you one task. Call the function create new transaction from test.js. Call the function. To call this function, I hope you are writing this. Remove this comment. This is not needed. I want everyone to write the code by seeing the screen so that you will get used to it. The time is 11:47. I'll give you 5 minutes. If anyone have any doubts, you can ask now itself. Till now, if you have any confusion, also you can unmute yourself and talk. In parallelly, you write the code, and previously you called a function create new block. Now you call a function create new transaction. Just replace this with create new transaction. That's it. Instead of create new block, you write create new transaction. Okay. Anyone is getting any error while calling create new transaction? You need to call that function actually. Let me know if you are facing any error. Here I am modifying it if you are not sure what to modify. Now see, this is the function I need to call. I'm copying the function name and I'm just okay. Are you able to hear me? I think I'm disconnected. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Just a second. Look here, I am modifying the code. My screen share is on. Let me know if there is any issue with the connection or screen share. So Bitcoin dot create new transaction and to create recipient and amount. Okay, so I'm using sender name as Ram. recipient name as Raven. So the string values, amount is an integer. So 50,000 is the amount. Okay. So 50,000 is the amount that I am using. So to make this work, what I will do is second. Means what? If at all I am creating a transaction, whether it will get get added to the array or not. So I'm saving it. If I run node which is having the transaction in. Okay. So I want everyone to see this output. I'm showing you the code again. Okay. This is the code. let me send the code of test.js to you. I just modified test.js. That's it. Sent you the code. Have a look at it. Okay, I'm showing you the output screen. I'm expecting everyone to see this output screen. Okay. Okay. I think everyone is getting the output. So the structure, what we did now is we created this blockchains object. We added the we added that in the chain with some hash information, and we created one transaction also, and we are adding that in the pending transactions array. It got added. Okay. Now, now let me show you something. There is one concept that you need to learn about. Any doubts in the way we wrote the code? Is it clear for you, everyone? Guys, are you able to hear me now? Audible? I think I'm audible, right? So what I was saying is, till now we created the structure of the data, and now I want to tell you something. Just listen to this concept carefully. So whenever a transaction is created, okay, if you just store a transaction normally, means let us say in our example, Ram sent Revant 50,000 rupees. That is the data that we took, and that is the data that we took, and we are adding that data to the transactions array, pending transactions. So you cannot add a transaction directly to the ledger. Okay. In the example that we discussed, when Ram gave his friends all these books, those books are nothing but the data storage devices, nothing but your processors, just like your servers. When they store this transaction, they need to do something. And that process of converting a transaction into a block, let us say, consider this example. Let us say, like at 9 o'clock, normally, if you take your Paytm transactions also, you never know who will send money to whom at what time, right? It is very random, isn't it? You never know, and you can't even guess what will be the next transaction that can be created in the next minute. How many transactions will be created and all that, you never know. But what you need to do is you need to take all these transactions that are coming. See, currently you're trying to build a software which will execute this whole process and build a ledger for you. Ultimate goal is to make a ledger, and in that ledger you will be having set of transactions, and those transactions will be stored in the form of a block. So whenever these transactions come in and store in the pending transactions, you need to convert that pending transactions array into an encrypted format. That encrypted format is nothing but hash. Okay, so just give me a second. I will show you something. Let me share my screen. Hope you are able to see my screen. Let me know if you are not able to see your drawing. Just unmute yourself and tell me if you are not able to see the drawing. So I am going to show you how hash is formed. Can anyone confirm? Are you able to see my drawing? You can ping on the chat maybe. So hash is basically an encrypted format of transactions. Okay. So how are we going to achieve this encryption is you will be achieving it by, I'm now showing you the life cycle of a transaction. This is very important. So what happens in a life cycle is a transaction which gets generated. Okay, a simple transaction, let us say it is TR. Okay, this will be generated from a client, I told you, that will next come to the network. What is network? The collection of all the friends that Ram has formed, who all came to the party. And this network will consist of nodes, means every friend of Ram will get this transaction, and those friends are nothing but nodes. Once a node receives the transaction, let us say at 9 o'clock in the morning, Ram sent 60,000 to some person. So that information will come to the network and then it will come to the nodes. Once it comes to the node, then this node will do a process called mining. Okay. Once mining is done, so what exactly will happen uh, once the mining is done is, so the next part of this is, let me show you. Once the mining is started, you convert this transaction by creating something called hash. So what is hash? Hash is an outcome of the process mining. And mining is a process which will convert a transaction into a block. What is a block? Block is a component of a shared ledger. Why do you need a shared ledger? Because if I'm using a shared ledger, though I miss the information in one ledger or at a single node, I can still retrieve the information from somewhere else. Everything.
Sir, your voice is not audible, sir. Raven, sir, your voice is not audible, sir.
கல்யாணமா 25 டேட் இருக்காது இல்ல வர மாட்டேன் கல்யாணம்
Mute,
முடிச்சு கேட்கறேன்.
mute your mic. என்ன ப்ரொவோக் பண்றதுல தான் இவர் இருக்காரு. இவரோட டார்கெட் அனாமலன் சொல்லி பேமாவுக்கு தாவாக இன்க்ரீட் பண்ணிட்டாரு. என்ன வந்து அங்க
Am I audible?
yes sir.
Yeah, yeah. Ma'am, were you able to see the whiteboard previously,
No
or
sir, no sir, no sir.
you are able to hear me only? You can't see the
Yeah,
whiteboard, right?
yeah.
Oh,
We can't
okay.
able to see the whiteboard.
Okay, just confirm me if you are able to see the
Okay,
screen. Just a second.
okay.
I think there is some problem with the screen share. Okay, now are you able to see?
Yes sir, yes sir.
Okay. So I'm just repeating this life cycle is important. So what I was saying is when a transaction TR is created, you send it across the network, means to all the nodes in the network, and then at every node there is one process called mining which will happen. What exactly mining is that if you observe something, will you agree that if I say this complete information is block information with hash and nonce, so this transaction will be converted into a block by using a process called mining. Okay, so now I'm going to show you what exactly. So how can I say that? You may ask me, sir, if hash and nonce are created, how can you say that the block is created? So let us go back to the block parameters. If you see the create new block function, okay, if you go to the create new block function, there is something called, just a second. We will look at block parameters, or I can also call it as block params. What are these? Index, index is the first one that we created. Next one is timestamp. Okay. Next one is hash transactions. nonce previous block hash. If you observe something, index is automatically created by me by writing this dot chain plus one. Means what? If initially the chain is not having any value, it will get incremented by one and all. Means if I'm adding block number two, it will be the index will be two, so it will be generated. Timestamp will also be generated. But and if you see transaction info anyway will get from the user because he will generate it from the client side. That information I will be having. And next, previous block hash for block number one, as I told you, it is an assumption. You can assume it as zeros. And for block number one, it is all zeros for the previous block hash because there is no block before it. So for block number two, the previous block hash of block number two is the hash of block number one. Okay. So if I find out, so the summary here is that if I find out hash value and nonce value, it means I get the complete block information. That's it. So the ultimate goal here is uh, to see the mechanism of how hash is getting created, how nonce is getting created. Okay, that is one thing that we are going to work on. We will write some functions which will help us to create the hash values. Okay, so now our focus is on hash and nonce. So let me tell you first how hash is created. Okay, you would have heard about this. We are going to use one hashing algorithm which is called SHA-256, or you can use MD6 or MD5. This is also these two are actually the hashing algorithms which will generate hash. Okay, so in simple words, what hash is that, let us say, I'll give you one example here. Let us say I want to create hash for a word Revant. So hash is just a string value which is alphanumeric, and it will be a combination of numbers and alphabets. Okay, so if at all, let us consider, I'm just giving you an example. I'll show you this demo later. If at all the hash of Revant is 012AFG, this is the hash of Revant. If at all I remove H from my name, let's say I'm writing till R, I removed H, then you know what will happen? And if I generate hash for it, the whole hash code will change. Let's say it could be like DFG376A. You can actually check also. So I'm giving you one activity. Go to your Google, search for online hash generator. Online hash generator. Open it. Okay. Or you can search for online hash generator SHA-256 also. That is also fine. Once you open it, you will see some text boxes. You can enter a name, and it will ask you to click on a button to convert it into hash. Convert it for your name. Remove one character in your name. The whole hash code will change. Observe that first, then you'll understand what I am trying to say. And I'll tell you why that kind of hashing is needed. Okay, so that is how normally hashing works. Now I'm going to show you one formula on how hash is going to get created. I'll discuss it with an example. Let us say, yeah, before going there, there is one concept that we need to discuss. Block number one. What is block number one? For a block number one, madam, you are able to see my screen, right? Any distortion? Okay. Okay, I think you are able to see. Block number one is also called as Genesis block. Remember this. This is very important. Genesis block. The reason why it is Genesis block is because if you see index values, index value of block number one will be I value is 1. It will be having date and time, that is for sure. And your Genesis block will not consist of any transactions. Take any Genesis block of any blockchain in the entire world. The first block will not be having any transactions, zero transactions. Now, what is the hash of Genesis? You can put it as 0. Previous block hash is not at all there, so you can put it as 0. And nonce won't be there at all, you can put it as 0. That is your Genesis block. Why, you may ask me, sir, why are we using zeros? Because there is no previous block hash for block number 1. It is just a dummy block. Okay. Now how do you, okay, if you talk about block number 2, okay, I'm talking in very specific manner. So let us look at block number 2 here. Block number 2, it is not Genesis. Now let us look at parameter by parameter. Index will be there, date and time will be there, and transactions will be there. It can be one or more transactions. We'll talk about the transaction lifecycle later. Okay, transactions will be there in block number 2. From block number 2 only, your blocks will consist of transactions. Block number 1 will not have. Now, hash of block number 2, this formula is very important. Hash of block number 2 is equal to, I'm writing it as H2, is equal to nonce of block number 1, N1, plus hash of block number 1 plus transactions you want to store in this block. I'm repeating. The hash of block number 2 is equal to nonce of block number 1, N1. What is nonce of block number 1? 0. I told you that you need to assume it as 0. Plus hash of block number 1, even that is 0. Hash of block number 1 means what? Can I write it this way? Nonce plus previous block hash plus transactions. Transactions of what? Transactions that you want to store in this block. Okay. Sir, how many transactions will be there and all that? We will come to the specifics later. And not only just this. So you take all these you take the sum of all these values. Sum means what? See, nonce is an integer. PBH, previous block hash, is a string. Transactions is an object. You may ask me, sir, how can you add a string, integer, and an object? So what we will do is, listen here carefully. Remember this formula. So we are going to convert this formula into hash value. Listen here carefully. So nonce 1 plus hash 1, which is nothing but previous block hash, plus transactions. These are of different data types. So you need to convert all these data types into string data types, string conversions. Can anyone tell me how to convert any data type in JavaScript to a string data type? There is one function. Can anyone tell me how to do that? So how to convert an integer into a string? Which function to use? How to convert an object into a string? See, transactions is an object. Hash is a string, so you don't need to convert it. Nonce is an integer. So I want answers from you. You can Google them and tell me, not a problem. So how to convert an integer into a string and how to convert an object into a string. Find that out. That is a task for you. So once all these values are converted into strings, then you can add them up. If you attach two strings means what? Let us say the strings are like see. Let us say the nonce value is 1313. Hash value is some ABC. Transaction is some in some curly braces. So it will just take a huge string value. It will be a very huge um, string, and then what you do is you take this string and apply SHA-256 algorithm on the top of it, and the converted format, the output of this SHA-256 algorithm, it is a simple function only. Okay, it is very simple. You just import one function, take these values, join these together, make it into a parameter, and send it to SHA-256 function. And that will create a hash for you. And that hash value is the hash of block number 2. Let us say if I want to create hash of block number 3, it's pretty simple and straightforward. I'm going to show that here. Let us say if you want to create hash of block number 3, you will take nonce of block number 2, hash of block number 2, and transactions of block number 3. Now, did you observe something? You need to observe something here, which is very important. Means what? The value in block number 3 is getting dependent upon the value of block number 2, two's hash. Means the hash of block number 3 is dependent on hash of block number 2, and hash is dependent upon current block data and nonce. That is the dependency. Means what? Will you agree if I say that the hash of block number 3 is dependent upon the data or the transactions of block number 2? Let me know if you don't agree with it. Well, I'm repeating this. Hash of block number 3 is dependent upon the transactions information in block number 2. It is because this hash 2 is again dependent upon what? The transactions of block number 2. So what will happen here is I will show you one structure here. Just a second. So basically, how it works is block 1, block 2, block 3. Okay, I'm writing it vertically just because it would be easy for me to write it here. Just a second, I think my screen sharing got stopped. Block 1, block 2, and block 3. Okay. So every block is now interrelated. Block 2 is dependent upon block 1, block 1's data. Block 3 is dependent upon block 2's data. Block 4 will be dependent upon block 3's data. So the reason why we need to add this dependency is because in a blockchain, and all these blocks will form a chain. So in a blockchain, hash is the encrypted format of data. What is data in our case? The data is nothing but the transactions. It is an encrypted format. And the encrypted format of the data of a particular block, let's take example of block 3. If at all a hacker wants to change the information in block 3, so if you look at the formula carefully, I think you would have understood by now. If you look at the formula carefully, hash of 3 is nonce of 2, hash of 2, and transaction. And hash of 2 is nonce of 1, hash of 1, plus there won't be any transaction, so it will be just like that. So if a hacker wants to change the information, or let us say, let us take the example that we discussed. Now Revant wants to change the information in the ledger of Ram. Okay, so he want to make a new entry that he paid money, or he actually paid 500 rupees. He want to change it to 5,000 rupees. That is nothing but hacking only, right? You'll agree? Changing the data. So, but you will be able to access the information only by hash only. So, if at all you change, if at all you change the transactions, the hash value will change. Can anyone tell me the reason why? If at all I try to change the transaction, the hash will change. Because SHA-256 example that I told you, even if you change a single string value, the entire hash code will change. Okay, so if an entire hash code changes, then what happens is you can actually identify that data is getting changed by some hacker. So to prevent hacking, or to prevent data theft, all these kind of hacking activities, a few things are very important. One is, if the hack has been happened, either you need to prevent it completely. That is one way. Or if it is already hacked, you need to retrieve the information back. Let us say the information is changed from 5,000 to 50,000. You need to bring it back to 50,000, back to 5,000, because it is changed. To bring it back to 5,000, first of all, you need to identify that a hack is happened. If you take black hat hacking, right, or gray hat hacking, this comes in cybersecurity. Normally, what hackers do when they hack, they basically try to cover up the information. Means they don't leave any footprint behind. that a hack is happened, right? So in those cases, it will be tough for us to identify whether a hack is actually done or not. So if the hash value changes, it will be easy for us to in a blockchain to identify that, okay, there is something wrong in this particular block. Then you can identify it. You may ask me, sir, okay, I identified it. Someone had actually hacked it. Then what? If you observe something, all these blocks are same everywhere. Block is nothing but the shared ledger. Shared ledger is same everywhere at each and every friend, right? So what I'll do is if I think that hash 3 is broken or modified at a particular friend n1, because okay, just let me show you something. So normally your shared ledger will look like this. uh, I have friend 1 to friend 1, friend 2, friend 3. Okay, sorry, just a second. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 friends. Now, how your blockchain will look like is at each and every friend, your information is the same. All the people will be having the same information. So even if a hack is happened in block number one, sorry, the node number one, these are also called as nodes. I told you these friends are called as nodes. Even if the hack is happened at node number one, you still have unhacked information or genuine information at all these places. These all are having. Then what you will do is you will take any one of the chain or a shared ledger. You replace this with the first one. Means you will totally avoid it. You will totally delete that shared ledger at friend number one. So you will ask him, okay, replace your book with a book which is having real information. That is the benefit of maintaining multiple copies in blockchain. That is why your information is decentralized. If at all you take a normal database, what will happen? Let us say I kept a bomb under your database. That can happen, right? Don't you think that can happen? Let us say I'm a villain and I want one bank to incur losses. I can just put a bomb under the database and your data is gone. Millions of money is gone. Because once you don't have data, how will banks know that okay, particular person is having loans or deposits, right? I can do that. But in this case of decentralization, in case of decentralization, which is currently we are experiencing, I can just go to a single spot and bomb it. But here, you need to go to 10 different places to bomb all the places. I'm talking about a worst case scenario. Okay. And and normally in a blockchain, it won't be in tens of numbers. Normally your nodes will be in some thousands of. There will be some thousands and thousands of nodes. Okay. So each and every one will be having all the blocks. Every block will be having the hash information. This is how your architecture is done. And that is the significance of hash generation. Your hash will help you to identify the data changes or data loss, which makes blockchain one of the most efficient way of storing the information by using encryption. Okay. So in the next session, what I will discuss is how to generate hash and how to generate nonce. That is what we are going to discuss. And if you have any doubts in this explanation, you can ask me. If you don't have any doubts, you can drop off from the call and join back at 2 o'clock. We'll continue with the session. Rati ma'am, over to you. If you have any announcements, you can make.
Sir, content is what, sir?
Hello. I'm not able to hear you. Hello.
I'm not able to hear it, sir. Can you repeat, sir?
Yeah. I'm saying if you have any announcements, you can make. We can
Okay,
move.
we can take a lunch break, sir. After two,
Okay.
we can make it. Okay, sir.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Students, we meet after lunch break. We have to assemble here on 1:50. Okay. You can leave the classroom and we meet again at 1:50. Yeah.
Hello everyone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome back.
Afternoon, ma'am. Yeah.
Mm,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
okay. I hope shall we start, sir?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can
Okay.
start.
Go
Yeah,
on.
yeah. Okay, guys. In the morning session, we were talking about generating the hash. So, so now when we executed the previous code, this was a block structure that we generated. Now, as I told you, the question marks here are: what is hash? How do we generate hash? How do we generate previous block hash? And all this. Okay. So one more thing, one more very important thing, a very important concept that we need to learn here is how do we add the transactions. Okay, now the pending transactions is here in a separate array. Basically, you need to add this pending transactions into the block, because as I told you, you need to convert your transactions into blocks. Consider an example.
Let us say, like, just a second, I'm sharing my whiteboard. I hope you are able to see the whiteboard. So, how do transactions get added to the blocks is the question. So, we have chain Genesis block and all. So first, before we create this Genesis block is program in the program. In the first function, whenever we are creating the blockchain constructor itself, we will create the first block by saying, by calling a function this dot create new block, and I'm going to send the hash as 0, bounce as 0, and previous block hash as 0. So this will happen whenever whenever I initialize everything. This will be the first function which will get executed. Means as soon as you're if at all you're creating a blockchain, it will come with the Genesis block. That is what it means. Okay. So now this is coming with this Genesis block. So I'm writing it here. Genesis is created here. Okay. Okay, please write this function. Once you write this function, in order to just see how your Genesis will look, what you can do is just print the Bitcoin. Just print this constructor simply. If you can run it once, see, the chain is coming with the Genesis block information. Okay, your chain will consist of that information. Okay. just check that once. Now, one important mechanism is, okay, my Genesis is created. Now the question is, when will you create a block? Okay. Now I'm going to show you the entire flow. In our example, we took Ram and we said that he is having multiple friends. Let us say these are the friends or these are nodes. Listen carefully. This is called network synchronization. This concept is very important. Now let us say Ram is sending Revant 5,000 rupees. What will he do? As I told you, he will tell every friend of Ram. He will send that information. Okay. Once he sends the information, you know what will happen? So which information does he send? He will send the transaction information, TR. By then, your friends are already having books. Let us say these blue colored blocks are, I told you, right? You will give books and send them. That book is nothing but the memory storage unit at each and every particular node. You can consider it as a small computer. Your blockchain is a decentralized network of computers. In those computers, you will store a shared ledger. That ledger is this blue colored one. Can I call this ledger or this blue colored one as chain programmatically? I can call it as chain. It is a small array. In that array, I created Genesis block already. So it will be having the Genesis block at the start. So now everyone is having block number 1. We did that in the program also. Now, whenever you send a transaction, you are not adding it in the chain. Did you observe in the program? You are not adding it in the chain. You are adding it to the pending transactions array. Means what? In the memory storage, I have one other array here. Everyone is having one more array here. You must be wondering, sir, you just wrote a single line. Where are all these nodes? Node synchronization is actually not in the scope of this workshop. Basically, it is in the scope of a 60-hour workshop. Okay, I will send you the information, don't worry. Network synchronization is very advanced. So basically, you need to create all these nodes. Let's say this is node 1, node 2, node 3, 4, 5, 6. You need to create all the nodes. Means you need to create the servers. Server creation should be done. Okay, you need to create all those servers. So for now, whenever this transaction comes, this transaction don't go to the block or it won't go to the chain directly. Let us consider now change the complete story of Ram and Revant. Now they are exchanging money on a decentralized payment wallet. Paytm is a centralized payment wallet. It is totally controlled by Paytm company itself. Okay, but this application through which they are sending and receiving money is a decentralized application. Okay, and there are a lot of wallets like it. Example is Bitcoin. But there is Bitcoin wallet also. You can open an account by downloading the Bitcoin app, and you can open an account there, all just like the way you use Paytm. And some of the countries are actually some of the countries are actually implemented this. You can just scan and pay using Bitcoin. In some countries, it is legal, and a lot of foreign countries are currently using it. So TR is a transaction which is generated at 9 o'clock. Guys, this mechanism is very important. Listen carefully. If you have any doubts, I can repeat it. So at 9 o'clock, Ram is trying to send Revant this money. So he don't directly send to Revant. Okay. If you observe something, whatever the money that you are sending using Paytm, the transaction is done only when the transaction is recorded in the database of Paytm. It is an entry, that's it. It is just a simple database entry. Okay, if it is success, it is a success transaction. If it is not, it is a failed transaction. You pay Paytm, basically we don't pay any money to Paytm. Their business model is totally different. So even they need to maintain that ledger. No? So even if you go and look at the transaction history, you will get the complete history, just like a ledger. So at 9 o'clock, you send this transaction, it won't directly go to Revant. It will first go to each and every node. And then at 9 o'clock, this transaction one will get added to each and every block. So this green colored one is the pending transactions array. So it will get added at each and every place. So this mechanism is called transaction broadcast. This happens in the backend. Okay. You just need to take care of calling the function create new transaction. If that function is called, it will create the transaction structure and it will add to the array. We wrote the functionality already. Let us say, and moreover, Ram and Revan are not the only people. There will be some thousands of users who will use the same wallet. You are not the only one who is using the Paytm wallet. There are a lot of people, and probably at the same time, Hari is sending money to sending 100 rupees to a shop. Likewise, there are nearly 10 transactions created from 9 o'clock to 9:30. Just taking one case study. Okay, then what will happen is these transactions will get accumulated at each and every spot, each and every node, because here the thing is every node, every friend must be updated with the complete information. So it will add all these transactions to the pending transactions. Okay. Now what will happen is, now what is the task? Pending transactions array is not the ledger. Chain is the ledger. Now what is the process of converting this particular array into a block? Now I am showing you. Now listen carefully. Let us say this is that array of pending transactions and it is having 10 transactions by 9:30 a.m. In addition to that, you also have, now you need to create a new block, right? And what is that block number? It will be block number 2. Block number 1 is already there. Genesis is already there. Now you need to create block number 2. As I told you, the formula of, see, you creating a block is nothing but you are creating hash of block number 2. That is the thing that you need to figure out. Now what will happen is hash of block number 2, I told you this formula, right? Block number 2 is hash of block number 1 plus nonce of block number 1 plus these 10 pending transactions. Okay, and you will take this value, you will convert this into SHA-256 algorithm by converting it into strings. Then finally, you will obtain hash of block 2. Once hash of block 2 is obtained, okay, once hash of this block is obtained, yes, there is one there is one thing here that you need to observe. So here nonce won't be the nonce of the previous block. It is basically the nonce of block number 2 itself. Okay, this is a small correction. It will be nonce of block number 2. You also need to find the nonce 2. I will show you how to generate this nonce. Okay. So two things you need to find out. One is what is the nonce and what is the N2 and what is H2. Then once that is created, you will be having block number 2 created. And one more thing, if block number 2 is created, what is it having? It is also having the pending transactions in it. Means what? Block 2 is now having the pending transactions which are created till 9:30. Now come to the second scenario. What will happen from 9:31? People won't stop doing transactions, right? It is continuous. You can send money on Paytm at any time, even if you wake up at 3 o'clock, like a demon or a devil, and even if you send money to someone, it will definitely go. And I can send, and you never know when people want to send money, right? It is continuous process. Now, let us say at 9:31, new transactions will come, and you need to create a new block to add all these transactions to the ledger. In that case, these transactions must be cleared out. Means what? As soon as a block is created, the pending transactions till that point of time must be cleared. They must be deleted. Means what? Whenever you create a new block, once the block creation is done, you add all those transactions to the ledger. After that, you need to clear out the pending transactions array. So to do that programmatically, see here, this is the place where I am adding the block to the chain. As soon as it is done, I will write this dot pending transactions is equal to empty. Okay. Just for this line, that is explanation. Just to add this line, the reason for adding that is, you don't need to duplicate. If you don't clear, what will happen? Let us say you are not clearing it, then what will happen? Every block will consist of the same transactions. That is duplication. That is not needed. Right? Means in a particular table, you are repeating the table number, row number 1 to 10 multiple times. There is no point of doing it. Right? That is redundant information. So I'm clearing it. So I'm adding that comment here. Clear out pending transactions. Okay. Now, okay, fine. I'm clearing out the pending transactions. Now, now the question is how to generate hash of the block. Okay. So to generate hash of the block, we will need SHA-256 library to be installed. So follow this procedure, everyone. Open your command prompt in blockchain application. Come to the command prompt. Here, write this command. Here, write the command npm install SHA SHA-256. npm space install space SHA-256 double hyphen save. What does this mean is you are installing a new library. This is an inbuilt library. Okay, this is an inbuilt node library of SHA-256. If you may ask me, sir, why to install library? I will do the encoding. That will take nearly
A lot of time to do that complete encoding. So we are going to use a inbuilt library itself. Write this code, write this line and hit on enter. It will download, it will take some time. It will download everything. See, it is downloading for me. And this is not any error. If you are getting it like this, even if you are getting warnings, it is okay. They are just warnings, you can ignore them. Okay. Please run this command and install SHA-256. I highlighted the command in white. If you are getting any errors, let me know. I'm sending the command on the chat. I sent you the command. Please check. Okay. So I hope it is working. Now open the folder of blockchain application. You will see there will be one folder created. If you open that folder, you will see all the SHA-256 package available in this folder. In addition to blockchain and test, you will see something called package lock. This is a default file that is created. And also you will be having node modules. Node modules is nothing but whatever if you remember in the artificial intelligence workshop, we installed few libraries, right, in the Anaconda platform. So similarly, these are whatever the library that you install, it will come and automatically get saved in the folder. You don't need to create this folder, it creates automatically. Okay. So one more thing you need to remember here is after installing SHA-256, you need to import it. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm writing const SHA-256 is equal to, if at all you want to import something, you write require SHA-256. Add it on the top because it should be a global variable. Get that global variable on the top, right? So to import any module, to install any module, you will use the same command npm install the library name space double hyphen save. Okay. And let us write the formula. Okay, add this command. Take 5 minutes. Add this command. Okay. So now, how to execute this formula? This formula. I told you that you need to convert this into a string, right? So let us see how to generate the hash. Create a similar function, a child function. So I am reusing the same function structure again. Remove all this. Generate hash. Okay. So first let data as a string. I first need to convert everything to a string. So nonce dot toString plus previous block hash plus current, or you can just say like pending transactions. I take all these values. So here observe something. To convert an integer into a string, you need to use the toString function. It is a default function in JavaScript. Pending transactions is in the form of an object. See, this is an object. Array. So so okay. So this is the So this is the complete code for generating data as string. So once this data as string is made, you are going to generate the hash by writing the formula as SHA-256 of data as string and return hash. It is a return type. So whenever you call this function by sending these values, it means it will finally convert it into a string, and then that string will be converted to a SHA-256 value, and it will return the hash. Okay. Write the code, and what I want you to do is I want you to test this function. Test whether this is working or not by sending an integer, any block hash, just send some alphanumeric, and send any object. Create an object in JavaScript and send it, and verify whether which kind of value this function is returning to you. What you need to do is just send nonce previous block hash and pending transactions. So I'm just sending you this function on the chat. Put this function, edit your code. I sent you this function, so check it once. And put this function below create new transaction. Okay. So to test out this function, go to test.js, and here what all values you need to send: a nonce, a previous block hash, and pending transactions. And I will show you how a SHA-256 converted hash will look like. Okay. Go to test.js, give nonce value some random value. Previous hash can be some alphanumeric sample, and let us say in pending transactions, I have only one transaction. As we are just testing it, just showing this is how you create an object. This is the object. And which function do you need to call? You need to call generate hash. To call it, you need to write bitcoin dot generate hash, and you need to pass nonce previous hash and pending transactions. Write this code in test.js. Once you write this code, execute test.js. And one more thing, here you need to change C. it is returning some value, right? Whenever you call this function, it is having a return type. Hash is equal to this. Then print okay. So once this is written, go to the console. Let us see if there are any errors. Node.js. Okay, what is it saying? Bitcoin dot generate hash is not a function. So why is it not a function? Generate hash. Okay. Let us verify this. Why it is throwing this error? Okay. Let me check again. See, this is the hash value which is generated for me. Everyone must be able to see this kind of output. This is called hash string, and even if you look at blockchain.com, I'll show you the block information how it looks like. Go to Explorer. Here, if you see latest blocks, I clicked on a block. See the hash, how is it looking like? Okay, this is how the hash values will look like. And one more thing that you need to observe here. Okay, first execute this. We will discuss about this later. This is the kind of output you need to get. Let me know if you are not able. ping on the chat if at all you have any issues. I will share this code on blockchain.js code. I am sharing it on via one link. Okay. I sent you one link with the complete code of blockchain.js, and the code for test.js. I am sending it separately on the chat. I want everyone to execute this code, and I want everyone to look at the hash like this. Okay. I'm giving you a break of 7 minutes. Take a break, and also in the break, execute this program. Okay. And let me know if you have any errors. If at all you are getting any error, write that error in the chat box. Okay. Please go on and try to get the output. Okay. Just let me know who all got the output. So one very important observation here is try with see here I'm using 7890 as nonce. Change this digit or remove the digit. I'm generating the hash again. Okay, I change the digit, saved the code, executed again. See the difference here. The entire hash code got changed. Means if there is a small change in nonce or any other value, even if you change the hash value, see I'm removing the last digit here. Even if I remove this, the 7, and run the code again, now see the hash got changed. Observe these values. Means, so what does this mean? Even if there is a slight modification in any value out of the 3 values that we are using, what are the 3 values we are using? On the left you can see line number 3, nonce, 4 hash, previous hash, and pending transactions. Out of these 3 values, if at least one changes, it means the entire hash code will change. So what is the benefit of it? Let us say you created the data, you made the transaction, and it got added to the block, your hash is created. If someone is trying to change the transaction information, then what will happen is the hash will automatically get changed. If the hash changes, if a hash of one block changes, the same hash is used in generating the other block also, isn't it? So let us say this hash is for block number 1. To generate hash for block number 2, you need to repeat the same procedure, but block number 2 uses the hash of block number 1. If at all block number 1's hash changes, block number 2 also will get affected. That will help us to identify if there is any hash change. Then it will help us to identify that, okay, let us say, let me show you this diagram. As I told you, see now I created a new block now. I created a new hash. Consider that hash is the block number 2. Okay, the red colored one. It is block number 2. It is created at all the places. All right, listen carefully. So let us say there is one hacker. As I told you previously in our example, Revant came and deleted the record in the book. Sorry, added a new record in the book. Means what? He's trying to change the information. If at all something like that happens, let us say it is happening at node number 3. Node number 3 got hacked. By hacking, I mean I just don't mean hacking. Hacking represents either the data is deleted or modified, or even the node completely got corrupted, or there is a power shutdown, or anything, any outage or anything. If that information is not available, and if the block here gets changed, there is something called consensus. Consensus means it will, by literal meaning, consensus means what? Everyone should be on the same page. Everyone should agree to a single thing, right? Means here in the context of blockchain, consensus means everyone should possess the same information all the time, at all the time, forever. So there is one algorithm like this consensus algorithm which will check for the hash values at each and every point of time. If there is any hash value change, let us say the hash values here, here, and here are the same, but this is different. Entire network is having one hash value, but node number 3 is having a different hash value. Means what? That is corrupted. In those cases, what you will do is you will copy this data to there, and you will attain consensus. Okay, this is the background of it. So hashing will help you to add security, to encrypt your information, and even if there is a small change, and moreover your hash value will always be unique. No two hashes would be the same. It is very, the probability of being two hashes the same is very less, because look at the combination here. How many permutations combinations are needed to attain a single pattern? You can calculate, I guess, right? So now test it. I'm giving you 5 minutes. By changing the values of any of these three, any of these, at least a single value is fine. Observe whether the hash code is changing or not.
Okay. Here, if you observe something, let us consider that I am generating hash for block number 2. Okay. So here I took random values, right? Some garbage information. But ideally, what should be this previous block hash or the previous hash as per the uh, okay.
I think now you will be able to hear me better. So what I was saying is, this is not the way how hash is created. This is just some garbage information that we are using. But normally, whenever, let's say you're creating block number 2, then previous block hash should be the hash of block number 1. Okay, let us make it dynamic now. And one more important thing is nonce. What is nonce? How will you attain nonce? So now we are going to talk about the heart of blockchain. The most important part in blockchain, that is called proof of work. Proof of work. What is proof of work? Okay, listen carefully. So proof of work, you can also call it as POW. If you remember, taking a transaction and converting it into a block, this process is called mining. Mining a block. What is mining? General terms, you dig out for any mineral or a metal, you get it, you just process it and make into gold or petrol or whatever. Right? Now, what are you mining here? What are you digging? You're digging cryptocurrency. You're digging Bitcoin. So I know it doesn't make any sense to you right now. So let me go back to the decentralized network. If you look at this, I told you that the transmission happens, the block will be created. But how is block created? Who will create it? Will everyone do that? No. And you need to have a basic vision. I told you that Ram will invite all his friends, and now these nodes are the friends. Why should they even work for you? Why should they even store your information? Why should they even create a block? Why should they even keep your information in their computer? It is because you are going to reward them. You are going to reward them certain money for doing all that. Okay? Sir, you may ask me, sir, I'm not paying any money to Paytm. If I'm transacting something, I'm not paying any money. Actually, Paytm also, the Paytm's business model is little different. They make money from the data that you generate. Means there is no privacy. Your privacy is compromised over there. But in terms of blockchain, no one will know that you are the one who's sending money. It is totally anonymous. See, even now I'm rating, naming the, even if you take the transaction information that I created, this one, I'm writing the names. But if you see real blockchain, see, this is a real blockchain. This is a block, okay? If you're looking at the transactions, are you seeing any names of people? The transactions are totally open. See, here it is saying that Coinbase sent money to this particular address. How many bitcoins they sent? 6.42 bitcoin. That is the amount. 6.42 means 6.42 multiplied with $11,000. That is the amount. That got sent from here to here. Are you able to see anyone's name here? No, it is totally secret. Anonymous transactions can be done in the blockchain based cryptocurrencies. Of course, cryptocurrency itself means blockchain based in the cryptocurrencies. Okay, that is a major benefit. Your information won't be exposed. No one will get to know that you are making a financial transaction. It is having its own benefits. It is having its own demerits also. If at all it is anonymous transfer of money, people can buy drugs, people can buy guns, terrorist activities may happen. And yeah, terrorists actually use cryptocurrencies. They are now using cryptocurrencies to exchange money, because it is totally, people are buying drugs using cryptocurrency, even in India. I'm not talking about other countries, even in India. It has its own demerits as of now, but once it is regulated, once the complete privacy is provided, it will be more good for the people, because no one will get to know about. See, at the end of the day, human privacy is the concern for blockchain. Privacy is the key. That is the whole point of using blockchain. One of the major benefit of blockchain. Okay, it has its own advantages and disadvantages. You can study about them. I'm not going to talk about the theory. So here what I want to tell you is, whatever the transaction that you make is anonymous. And one more thing here is, can you see something here? Fee. I highlighted here. See, this is the fee. Currently it is 0 Bitcoin. Now this is 0.01 Bitcoin. This is 0.0006780 Bitcoin. You can convert that into Indian currency if you want. Means what? This is the transaction which is getting happened. For every transaction, there is a fee. Okay. And people are okay to pay the fee, because I'm taking money from you and I'm giving you very high security to your data and also privacy to your data. Right? So coming back to the decentralized network, who will create the block is the question. Whenever these people get the transactions, I told you, remember, everyone will get the transactions into the pending transactions array at each and every node. When they get this information, they will be in a hurry to create a block. Do you know that? So who creates the block first is the miner of that particular block. He mined that block. He created that block. And if you are successful in creating the block, then you will get money. Okay. So let us say take the previous example. Till 9:30 a.m., there are 10 transactions. Exactly at 9:30, I created a block. Not anyone else. I created the block first. Then what I'll do is, listen here. Listen to the flow. So when the transaction comes to these 4 people, let's say, these 4 are node 1, node 2, node 3, and node 4. Okay, these people will get the transactions, the pending transactions. Out of all these at 9:30 a.m., node number 3, this guy is successful in creating a block. He generated the hash. Okay, this is the block. Once he generates the block, what he need to do is, he will have a chain here, right? Everyone, as I told you, everyone will have a chain. He will add this block into this chain, and also he will send this block to each and everyone. Okay, that is how you add new blocks or new entries in the ledger. Let us say this is block number 2 he's created. Everyone will get the block number 2. So a block is made by only one person. Whoever makes it will get the reward. Now the immediate question could be, sir, you are saying that whoever comes first, he is the winner. Then what is the criteria to win? What is the criteria? Okay, now consider this as a running race. I want to win all the time. I want to make more. See, Bitcoin is nothing but money only. Okay, so for you help me to encrypt my transactions, I pay you money. As simple as that. You store my information. You're storing my information in a decentralized network, so my information won't be lost. My information is always secured. You're giving me that benefit, so I'll pay you some transaction money, fair deal. But from technology perspective, what should you have to win the race? Okay, keep this question in the mind. We will do something called proof of work. Then I'll explain you how will you make money, how miner will actually create a block, how will they create hash and everything. Okay, so write this function. This is a new function we are going to create, and this is called proof of work. And one more thing you need to remember is we still don't know how to generate nonce. We know how to generate hash. That is the only thing which is remained here. Rest all we solved. Okay. So for your information, proof of work is a function which will generate the nonce. It will take two values, previous block hash and pending transactions. Okay, write this function. Create a new function here. Okay. So we are going to write one proof of work algorithm here. So I'll tell you this algorithm, kind of little different. Proof of work is very simple. So it is just about solving a cryptographic algorithm or cryptographic puzzle. So what is a cryptographic puzzle? Why should it be done? Is we are going to see. So first, right, let nonce is 0. I'm initially considering that nonce is 0. And let hash is equal to this dot generate hash of what is generate hash function taking? It is taking nonce previous block hash and pending transactions. Okay. So what will be the hash that you get here? So write this function, call this function and see what is the hash that is getting printed here. So this hash value that you print in line number 42 is the hash when nonce is 0 only. When nonce is 0, you get a particular hash. Okay. Write this function and call this function from test.js. Which function do you need to call? Proof of check this now. 5 minutes. Write this function, call it from test.js and check what is getting printed in line number 42. Let me show you if you are facing problem with calling the function. See, okay, I can delete all this and write just calling a function. That's it. Proof of work. And you need to pass what? Okay, you need to pass two values. In this case, you don't need to pass nonce. Nonce you are considering here. Okay, I need to pass previous block hash and pending transactions. So previous block hash. Okay. Let me modify this directly. And remove it. Now execute. See, this is a different hash now. This is the hash which is created when nonce value is 0. Initial assumption. Now I am going to write a simple cryptographic puzzle. What is a puzzle? It's just a mathematical puzzle. You can take any puzzle actually. I'm just assuming one puzzle. Okay. And that puzzle is, listen to the puzzle carefully. I'm creating a puzzle to find an appropriate nonce value at which the hash value will be having the first 5 digits as 5 zeros. I'm repeating. The puzzle is to find the nonce value at which the hash value will be having the first 5 digits as 5 zeros. Because isn't it? See, I will keep on repeat should be 5 zeros. The first 5 should be zeros. Let us write a program for it. If you are able to write that, you can write. Can I use loop here? While hash dot substring. Substring means what? It will cut the string from 0 to 5, the first 5 digits should not be equal to 5 zeros and keep on repeating. Try to understand this line of code. Keep on repeating this value by incrementing the nonce one by one. Nonce plus plus. And at one point, you will return the nonce. This is how you find the nonce value. Just try to understand the uncertainty that I'm putting here. You cannot actually predict it. You cannot predict this. Why? Why you can't predict this? Because your hash value is not just dependent on nonce. It is dependent on the pending transactions. And the value of the pending transactions, you never know. Even a hacker cannot predict which kind of transaction will be generated in the next 5 minutes or in next 10 seconds. Who will send money to whom? You cannot predict. Right? That is the level of uncertainty that we are adding here. If the value that you are generating is more uncertain, if the encryption that you are doing is more uncertain, it means you're adding more security. Okay. Now find out Now I want you guys to run this and find out at which nonce value. So what is the logic here? You will repeat this loop until the time the first 5 digits are 0. This is a not equal to. Exclamation equal to means it is not equal to. Till the time, so till 0000 and 0 means 5 zeros. Once it reaches that value, this condition will break. Means this loop will break. At that point, when the loop breaks, till that point your nonce will get incremented. Right? Then the nonce will be returned. Understood? This is one kind of mathematical puzzle. If you want to take 6 digits and if you want to take all ones, that is also fine. You can do with this also. But what I would suggest is don't do this. Your computer may get stuck because it will go into a very high number of looping. It will continuously repeat. Your system may hang. Okay, first write this code and run this code by calling the proof of work and print the nonce value. I want everyone to print the nonce value. I already gave you the code on how to catch a return value and print it. Do that now. Very simple. I'm not sure how many of you are executing the code, but try to write the code and execute. Else there won't be any use of executing this whole program. Only then you will get to know the programming. Okay. So listen here carefully. Let us do this activity all together. Observe something. This activity is very important to understand how people make money. Okay. From blockchain. I told you that there is one competition, right? Whoever first creates the block, he will create he will get the reward. So how that works is, and one more thing that you need to observe, if your nonce is created and once the nonce is created, if you are if you are going to uh, call this function, this dot generate hash, call this function again, then what will happen? Then what will happen? So observe something. If at all you just call proof of work, I will generate a nonce value based on. So this is the dynamic creation of nonce. I'm not hard coding it, or I'm not using any constant values. Okay. This is the actual way of generating a nonce. So if at all I write it that way, the hash that is created here is the real hash of block number 2. Okay. And once you observe this, just call this function. Okay, I'm executing it. Look here carefully, everyone. Just stop whatever you're doing. Once I start executing it, the cursor will start blinking. Note down the time taken to return this value. Okay. Oh, there's some identifier hash is already been declared. Okay. I think I can just, I no need to redeclare it again. Just write hash value. See, it is taking some time. Are you observing it? It is blinking. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7, 8, 9. It takes a lot of time because the loop need to run. The loop runs in the background. Okay, it is still running. It will take a lot of time. Observe this demo. It is taking a lot of time to execute. The loop is still running. That is what it means. Even you can start executing it. I will share this code on the link that I given you. I sent you one link of the revised code. And in the chat, I will send you the code for test.js. I want everyone to run this code. when you're executing the code, calculate the time taken. See, for me, it is still running. Means what? My computer power is not sufficient to calculate this value within less time. That is what it means. My processing power is not sufficient. For some of you, you may get the answer within few seconds. For some of you may get answer after 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or even after 1 hour. So what is the factor that decides this? That is the processing power of your computer. Okay. So let us check if it is going to an infinite loop. So if at all you're checking for 5 digits and okay, once you execute it, I will tell you one conclusion here. Let me check if it is.
So once you execute that value, you will get a nonce which is dynamically created by taking the previous block hash value and the pending transactions which are existing till that point. Okay. Sometimes, if you observe something, as I told you, some of the computers may calculate the nonce value very easily within few seconds or few minutes. Some of the systems may take even some hours or days also. You know. So the conclusion here is that your blockchain, in order to calculate the nonce value or a hash value, the nodes or the friends that we were talked about should have high computation power. That is the important thing. So more the computation power you have, more number of blocks you can make very quickly. If you are making quickly, means what? You can make money out of it. Means what? More computation power is equal to more money you can make. Okay. So that is the reason why, if you take the blockchain data centers across the world, just find out blockchain mining centers. Just mine it. Just search it on Google. You will find very huge data centers which will be having some thousands and thousands of processors running 24 by 7. You know what they do? They just calculate the nonce value. They just try to solve the proof of work. That's it. They do nothing else. Okay. So if at all you want to be a miner, and if at all you want to make money out of you need to have very high computation power. Okay. Not only just that. You may ask, sir, if I have more computation power, I can create all the blocks and I can make more money. Not just that. You need to write the cryptographic puzzle, or you need to solve the cryptographic puzzle. So the puzzle that I shown you is very simple. Normally, the puzzles that you get in real time will be very complex. So in those cases, what will happen is also need to have programmers, very skillful programmers, who can write algorithms or solutions to solve the cryptographic puzzle within seconds. So it is not just dependent upon the money that you keep on computation power. See, if you even to buy a laptop which is i7, which is with i7 processor, it costs a minimum of 80,000 in the market, right? i7 processor is not even sufficient for blockchain, for a mining, because the blocks will be created within a fraction of seconds, or in few blockchains it will happen within a fraction of minutes. Okay, so that is the reason why people, to establish a simple blockchain mining station, you may need some lakhs of rupees to do that. But there is a lot of demand for the developers who can write this kind of code and develop blockchain functionalities or blockchain related software. Okay, so this is how you create the nonce, and once you create the nonce, the immediate step is to create the hash. Once you create the hash, it means what? You created all the values that are needed for a block inside a blockchain. Okay, so that is how the entire blockchain works. And one more thing here is, whenever you get the pending transactions, I told you, right? Pending transactions will be gone to each and every one in the network. So who in the complete network, in the friends of Ram, I told you that there are 6 friends who came to the party. Who is creating more number of blocks in less time means what? And one more thing here is, uh, if you are creating a block in less time, it means you are validating the transaction in less time. That is beneficial, right? So normally when you transfer money on Paytm, it will happen instantly. If you have good internet connection, it will happen just like in few seconds. That is not the case with blockchain. It will take at least 10 minutes. In case of Bitcoin, it will take at least 10 minutes to confirm the transaction. Okay. So why this 10 minutes is taken? Why the delay? Is because the processing power. So people need to win that competition. So it is not an instant confirmation that you get from the blockchain network. Okay, it will take at least 10 minutes in Bitcoin. In Ethereum is one kind of blockchain. There it will take up to 2 minutes. It is less compared to Bitcoin. Okay. So summarizing everything, so initially we started with creating the blockchain object, and then we learned how the pending transactions will be created. Everything is developed using a data structure, and then just a second. Yeah, it will take. We took two different kinds of areas, and we developed a mechanism to create the blocks, and objects are created and everything. Okay. For those who are very interested to learn the blockchain concepts, uh, I will send you some material. I'll send to Ratipriya ma'am on. There is one presentation with step-by-step procedure that we did now. So you need to learn Node.js and JavaScript a lot. I tried to cover important concepts of JavaScript that are needed in blockchain, and also you need to understand how to set up the node environment, how to install libraries like SHA-256 for encoding or converting the information into a hash code, because hashing is pretty important, right? And also we discussed how security is attained by doing hashing. Okay, each and every block information is stored in other block, and that is how you attain consensus in blockchain. You just need to make sure that the information across the complete network, right? Whether you are having 1 lakh different friends or some thousands of friends, you just need to make sure that the information at each and every friend should be the same. Only then it will be called as a shared ledger. Okay. And coming to the applications of blockchain, blockchain can be applied in cryptocurrency applications to store the land records, and recently banks are also using it to store the KYC information. Your KYC, customer, know your customer, right? That is very sensitive information. Do you know that? It is very sensitive, right? Even that kind of information which
Hello.
network is the most information should be very secure, right? So in those cases also you can use blockchain, and few of the hospitals are actually normally in your hospital they perform diagnosis, right? And they give reports to you. At the same time, they store all that records in their database, and that database is owned by whom? The hospital only. What if someone tries to access who all work at the hospital will have access to the database, and they can easily access the information. So these kind of applications you can focus on if at all you're researching on something. Uh, those who are researching or students who are trying to do projects, look for the use cases or problems where the data privacy is the utmost important aspect. There would be like medical research or medical diagnosis, and
storing personal information of a customer, all these kind of applications. Even it can be used in e-commerce as well. There is something called smart contracts. We can use smart contracts to build e-commerce payment systems. Actually, we touched upon the core concept of blockchain. So there are a lot of applications around it. Simply saying, what you can do is every application that you have currently, literally everything, even social networking sites, video conferencing applications, or chatting applications, everything can be moved to a blockchain. Everything, literally everything. Because the only thing that changes is the way you store the information. The rest all will be the same. So this is the future scope of blockchain and the kind of projects and applications that you can basically work on using blockchain. So I hope you found this useful. And also, the only tip that I would give is learn JavaScript and Node.js and find out use cases in various different industries which can actually employ blockchain. So there is a lot of research going in the area of consensus and proof of work. Proof of work is not that efficient. Okay, so you can do your research in finding alternatives for proof of work. That would be something that you can work on. Yeah. So by this, I will end this session. Material and presentations I will send to Ratipriya ma'am. You can get it from her. I think she will send it to everyone. Ma'am, we can close the session. Over to you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Before that, I want to thank you. On the behalf of Department of Computer Science, I would
Uh,
express my sincere gratitude and thank you for your this useful and very interesting session, both on theory part as well as hands-on session. I hope students will make use of these things in their project in coming mini project and then major project. Uh, Again, I can thank you, sir, for a wonderful session for the last 2 days in mid of your all difficulties and cyclone problem and all. You can make this session very
yes, yes.
helpful to us. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Take care. Yeah. Bye.
Friends, you can leave the room, and before that, you can check the whether you make it sign or in the attendance or not. Thank you. We meet again.
Thank you, ma'am.